Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. You know what that is. You know what that is. Notification bells going off right now. Notification bells going off right now. You drivers have been warned. You know that the Twilight Zone is straight underground. You are not getting in here unless you have your notification bell on. If you didn't, by the time you are finding out, we are full. Well, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beautiful Thursday. It's time for us to do what we do, man. Time for us to do what we do. Time for us to do what we do, goddammit. Notification bell is going out. It is a Thursday. We are about to go crazy right now for the next 5 hours. Ain't nobody else gonna have a CarX Drift stream as dope as us. If you are planning a CarX Drift stream right now and you are hearing me, cancel it. Because we are about to dominate this shit. We are about to dominate this shit right here. Now, if this is your first time here, you want to hit that subscribe button and turn that notification bell on, all right? That notification bell is your pager. All right. I'm logged into CarX Drift. I'm looking at the board. All of these streams, every one of them. Look at this shit. I'm going to flip the screen. All right. See all of these streams? Who's the top guy up here? 7 out of 16 is the highest I've seen. All right. 8. Whoever this is, Long Beach JDCS. Whoever that is. All right. He's got the highest so far out of all the streams here. The Twilight Zone is not on this list. I'm going to show you how crazy we are right here. See that list? I know you boys probably been in all of these rooms. Some of these rooms got 1 person in here. Some got 5, some got 4. The highest on here is 8. It's got some Japanese emblems. Yusui Circuit, so I guess it's a Japanese dude. All right, so it's this guy here and the other guy with the 7. Now, watch what happens. When we put the Twilight Zone up, look how we dominate that shit. We are going to take viewers out of their room. They're going to be lining up trying to get in here. This is how crazy we are, how fast we are growing. The hottest CarX Drift stream on the internet. And I say this without apology because it is a fact. When we got off last night, we had maximum capacity. Even when the stream was done, people were still trying to get in, goddammit. They were like, I got to get in here. All right, this guy right here, Shadow Valley. That's where he's driving. This stream right here is up to 12. This one right here, up to 12. Not even this guy is safe. Not even this guy is safe. You see what I'm saying? Because they know what time it is. When they see the Twilight Zone in that list, everybody running. Now watch as we do this shit. We are going to Red Rock today. Red Rock. Let me load that shit up right now, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen. The Twilight Zone is officially open, god damn it. Now let's show these CarX Drift servers that we own this shit. When we are on, we dominate. Let me go park the whip real quick. Let's go show these boys that we run this shit. Let's show these boys that we run this shit, man. Ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time. This is the part of the internet where we take it over, man. For the next 5 hours, ain't nobody safe playing CarX Drift. If you are streaming CarX Drift, you are now in trouble. Because we are live, goddammit. And when we are live, we own this shit. We own it. So with that said, all my drivers, you know the procedure, and notification bells are going off like crazy. People are getting the page, they're pulling up. They know what time it is. Grab your drinks. If you haven't grabbed your drinks yet, go get your snacks. Turn the TV on in your living room if you're on your cell phone right now. Dial us up, all right? You are about to see some amazing shit. If this is your first time here watching me, you are not gonna wanna miss this again, all right? Turn the TVs on, turn your surround system on, your sound bars on. We are about to go crazy. And that list of servers that you just saw, we are gonna dominate all of them, goddammit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Twilight Zone, man. Here we go. First up, my boy, Music Mike. Go get it. Warm the tires up, son. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Music Mike in the house tonight. He represents Virginia. He's got a new whip. And he's about to go warm up them tires, man. Mike, go get it. Music Mike in the drift early. Mike, this car's sliding real nice, man. You got something right here. All right, next up is Big Booski back again in the Twilight Zone. Booski showed up a couple of days ago, got hooked. Now he's here every day with us, man. Can you blame him? He got caught up in the Twilight Zone. Nugget Master up in here as well. Nugget Master, wagwan, my youth. Ladies and gentlemen, we're warming up the tires, man. The Twilight Zone is live. When we are live, CarX Drift belongs to us. We will dominate every server up in here. Ain't no server safe when we're online, man. Notification bells are going off worldwide right now. Drivers are running for their controllers, grabbing their remote control, turning the TVs on, setting up the rig. Some people got that remote start on the rig. They're getting everything up and running. They know this is our time. This is when we take over the planet, man. Everybody wants to drift in the Twilight Zone, goddammit. We are in Red Rock today. Bring your A game and your best car. Do not bring 10 cars up in here, man. Bring one. The baddest one you got. And lock in. Because you're going to have to drive like hell tonight. We got a lot of top drivers pulling up tonight. I can tell you that. So everyone better be on their toes, man. Be at your best. As we start off an early tandem right here, we got Nugget Master and Big Booski going for it early, warming up the tires. Shout out to Terrence the teacher. Shout out to D-Spec73, the DK himself. Shout out to Dark Knight. Shout out to Music Mike up in here with a brand new whip. Big Booski going for it, man. On board with Nugget Master up in here. Representing the UK and the land of my birth, Jamaica right now. Nugget Master, wagwan, my youth. He's in that new school Supra up in here. Sliding his whip, rude boy style in Red Rock. board with Smith Allen, back again after being in the Twilight Zone a couple of days ago. Ladies and gentlemen, new driver, Smith Allen. Go get it, son. Right now we on board with my boy Trivy, back in the drift. Trivy, welcome back to the Twilight Zone, man. right, we back on board with Music Mike. Once again, guys, remember to give this stream a thumbs up for me. Give the stream a thumbs up, man. Subscribe if you are brand new. Turn your notification bell on, that way you know when we're live, all right? You are in the Twilight Zone right now. The #1 CarX Drift stream on the internet. All right, we back on board with Big Boski. Boski, go get it. Gentlemen, we got Big Boski and Music Mike in a tandem right here. board with Trivy. Early tandems in the Twilight Zone, ladies and gentlemen. We're just getting started. Shout out to all the drivers rushing home from work right now. They got that page. They need to get out of there and get home quick. Remote start the rig. Get everything up and running for them. If you got a family member who likes to come here, turn his computer on already for him, man. Get the TV on, put the controller in place. So as soon as he gets home, he can just hop right in. Once again, we're on board with Trivy right now. Trivy's on the Xbox console, playing with a controller. 997 horses on the whip. Driving the living daylights out of that Mazda right there. Remember to share the link with your friends, guys. If you got a friend who likes to drift, tell them, yo, you gotta see this shit. I have an open invite for anyone who's got a friend or themselves. If you want to drive with us, hit me up in the YouTube chat right now and say, can I get in? I'll patch you in the server. You'll be live in no time in here with us, man. Ladies and gentlemen, we back on board with Nugget Master up in here. Representing the land of my birth. He's got the Jamaican flag on the whip. You know how proud we are of our country, right? Nugget Master, big up yourself, my youth. Swing that whip, rude boy style. Show them how bad man drive in the Twilight Zone. Shout out to Kentucky on the check-in. Ladies and gentlemen, we got my boy Kentucky in the house tonight. He represents Missouri. Bro, I don't know what you're doing on that goddamn mountain, but fly that truck down here and slide that in the drift. Welcome to the Twilight Zone, goddammit. Go get it, my brother. Kentucky done glitched out the whole shit. Oh my God. He done glitched us out. That entrance was too crazy, bro. Now, why did you try to jump off the roof in the truck? I don't get it. He wanted to make such a big entrance. He got a truck on top of the roof. You done glitched out the system. I gotta wait a few seconds for it to come back on. What in the world? Kentucky. Kentucky showed up on the mountaintop like Moses in a big ass truck, like he was about to jump off. Trying to make a grand entrance up in here. This is what happens in the Twilight Zone, man. Now, remember, guys, if you're at home, turn us on your big screen TV, all right? I can tell you this. I was watching the Twilight Zone in Oculus VR yesterday, and it was so crazy. If you have a VR headset, go into the big screen app, load up your YouTube, and watch us inside your VR headset, all right? It is so damn amazing watching it on that giant screen. So if you can, and you're home right now, you're listening to me, grab your VR headset, put it on, and watch the Twilight Zone from inside of it, all right? Let's go in, find DJ Pablo TV, put us on the big screen inside the Oculus VR, man. Shout out to all the drivers on their way rushing home right now. My boy Daredevil, Mark, underestimated, unknown, always showing up when the doors are closed. You gotta get home early today, bro. Shout out to Daredevil. Shout out to Terrence. Shout out to D-Spec. Your internet, Kentucky, really, your internet went out. You look like you were gonna drive off the mountain, man. I wanted to see you just fly in and just go crazy, and then it just glitched. I'm like, God damn, right at the moment. That would have been so crazy if you just went off the mountaintop and land right on the street in the drift. That would have been crazy, bro. Ladies and gentlemen, he said his internet went out. His internet went out. We didn't get to see him jump off the mountaintop, man. I wanted to see it. I wanted to see it, goddammit. In the meantime, if you did not get your drinks, just remember we are just starting up. Grab your refreshments, get your snacks. We're going to be here until 10 o'clock. Until 10 o'clock, all right? So go grab whatever refreshments you need right now. Set up your snacks next to your console because we're going to be here for a minute, all right? Once again, shout out to all the early drivers who got that notification bell, gone in here early. I know a lot of drivers are rushing to get home right now. Shout out to all the DSP drivers, man, all 15 of them. Shout out to the real Mr. Premium up in the chat, bro. Are you home? If you're home, go grab your cars quick. Once again, remember to give the stream a thumbs up, guys, and subscribe if you're brand new, man. Notification bell is required to find us, all right? Go grab your snacks. Kentucky locking back in. All right, Kentucky. Go do it again, bro. Go do your grand entrance one more time, man. Ladies and gentlemen, Kentucky is back. His grand entrance, take 2. Here we go. Nugget Monster on top of the mountain like a transformer, like Optimus Prime up in here. Ladies and gentlemen, Kentucky is about to drive the truck like you ain't never seen off this hill. We got Dark Knight up in the chat. I think Kentucky got disconnected again or what? What's going on here? He's still on the mountaintop. He can't get off. I think the truck is stuck. Oh my God. Oh, you're gonna get a tow truck up there, bro. Oh, are you gonna get a tow truck? I think the truck is stuck. The whip is stuck on the mountaintop. You might have to teleport somewhere else. I don't know what's happening, but the truck ain't moving, bro. I think the wheel is stuck somewhere. You can't get off. You can't do that grand entrance that you planned. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, while Kentucky tried to get the truck off the mountain, we present to you a driver that's newly added to the Twilight Zone. He's part of the regular pros up in here, representing Ottawa, Canada. He goes by the name Dark Knight. All right, he's gonna give you boys a show. Has just been added as the top 3 driver in here, behind Terrence and D-Spec. That's his level that he's on right now. He went up a lot in like a few days. Came out of his shell, showed the world what he's made of, and now he's getting a different kind of respect up in here. When he shows up, all eyes are on him. Everybody wants to drive with him. He creates his own lines, ladies and gentlemen. Drives his whip like a skater on the street. He's finding lines where there are none. An amazing drift to the watch. Once again, he represents Ottawa, Canada. Give it up for the Dark Knight. Ladies and gentlemen, for the past few days, his name has been creating a buzz up in the Twilight Zone. We got multiple drivers who come here just to see him drive. They've been hearing a lot. They saw it firsthand. Some even joined him in the tandem. Struggled to keep up with him. Only to recognize for real now that the dark night is here. He's driving that pro line early. Gentlemen, once again, the Dark Knight, representing Ottawa, Canada. Kentucky, are you ready now, my brother? This is your moment, man. Go get it. I hope his connection is stable. Wi-Fi looking kind of weak on my screen right here. Kentucky, my brother, if you're hearing me, go get it, man. If you can drive at all, press that button to see if the car moves. You might be facing some technical issues. All right, we're gonna have to come back to him. I guess he didn't fix it yet. Music Mike, we back on with you right here. All right, Mike's on a 5-minute break. Big Booski, you're live. Go get it. Nugget Master's gonna take his turn, so be it. I know they're probably grabbing snacks and shit. Nugget Master, go get it. didn't show up. Whatever livery you made, it didn't show up. Mike! You parked in the middle of the road, Mike. Where you at? Alright, we got a brand new driver, our first new driver in the Twilight Zone for tonight. Goes by the name of Fiend. Fiend, welcome to the Twilight Zone. Bro, go get some rest. We're gonna be here for a minute. We'll be here until 10 Eastern, man. We're gonna be here till 10 o'clock. We just getting started. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, making his debut up in here, goes by the name of Fiend. He's on the PlayStation console using a wheel. Big boy shit up in here. Alright, bro. Later, scene. Ladies and gentlemen, Dark Knight got a special livery right here. It's working now, bro. Go send it. It's working. God damn, he's got a Jamaican flag on the door. Oh, shit. Oh, my Lord. The car says blessed on the side. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Canada, the number 3 driver in the Twilight Zone goes by the name of Dark Knight. Yeah, I know it's late in the UK. But we Jamaican, man, we stay up late. You know this. We up all goddamn night. Team no sleep, right? You see the whip? You see the whip Dark Knight's driving right here? Look at the livery, man. Oh my Lord, they would be so proud to see this shit. The level of respect we get up in the world. Once again, shout out to the Dark Knight, man. Now, D-Spec did one like this on a Lada when we were in Russia. And you did it on the BMW. Yo, I love it, man. Ladies and gentlemen, Dark Knight. Nice tribute to the land of my birth right there. He's got the Jamaican flag on the door. You know we built for speed back home. That's just what we do, man. Us Jamaicans, we are the fastest human beings on the planet. They're still trying to figure it out. They do not know how we are so fast. He's paying tribute to your boy. You see what I'm saying? I love it. The big Jamaican flag on the side. Nice. I love it, bro. Dark Knight, salute to you, man. I love it, man. Shout out to D-Spec up in the chat. Shout out to B drifting out of Australia up in here. You got time before you go to work? Then jump right in, grab your whip, get up in here, man. All right, we back on board with Big Booski. Once again, Booski showed up a couple of days ago. He drove in the Twilight Zone. He's like, God damn, I can't go back nowhere else. I gotta stay here now. I'm sorry, Twitch. Wherever he was coming from, he ain't going back there, I can tell you that. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, Big Booski's back in the Twilight Zone. Bro, catch you tomorrow, all right? Now, you got something on the hood of the car that I need to read. Okay, I see it. Oh, you got my name on. Oh, shit. Yo, that's crazy. Yo, big ups, man. That is crazy as hell. That is crazy right there. Yo, bro, thank you very much, man. I see it. Ladies and gentlemen, you see that right there? That is called respect right there, man. That shit is nice. That is nice, bro. Much respect for doing that, man. That is nice. Look at that shit. Oh, my God. I'm going to make this the thumbnail. This is going to be the thumbnail tonight. That right, you see that shot? This is the thumbnail shot right here. This is going to be the thumbnail for that stream. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dark Knight. All right, we got B drifting off in here. He's about to go to work, so we're going to let him drive real quick before he goes off to work. Representing Australia, he's got a Mustang up in here. B drifting, go get it. All right, here we go, B drifting. Are you ready? All right, here we go, guys. Once again, representing Australia. He's like 16 hours ahead of us, goddammit. 16 hours. It's like he lives in a different dimension from the rest of us, man. But he's down with us. He's here in the Twilight Zone. And he brought a Mustang with him. Drifting, hanging on for dear life in the Mustang. You know Mustangs are notorious for going crazy, right? got Daredevil right there with him. Waving my Jamaican flag up in here. Gentlemen, we got B drifting, representing Australia, up front with the Mustang. We got the Dark Knight out of Ottawa, Canada, in the BMW with the Jamaican flag with him in the tandem right here. He's right on that door. Right here with him, ladies and gentlemen. This is why he's down with us, man. B drifting, trying his best to pull away. You can't get away from the Dark Knight. Right on your door, son. Ladies and gentlemen, the number 3 driver in the Twilight Zone, representing Canada. Became a part of the crew. We had to put some flowers on his name, man. Give him his rightful respect. You can see for yourself why he's not gaining that kind of respect right here. B drifted in the tandem, sliding that Mustang. The Dark Knight's right there like a shadow over him. He cannot get away, goddammit. Shout out to Terrence right now. saw the potential in him. And we were like, yo, you got to be down with us, man. And now he's here. Every driver pulling up, try to see him. They wanted to know who's the new guy. No, they do. Shout out to B Drifting, man. B Drifting, you tried, bro. You can't lose him and you can't shake him. He's that good. He's now the number 3 driver in the Twilight Zone, man. Second to only Terrence and D-Spec, goddammit. So you boys are gonna have to drive your hearts out. Just to drive with him. Or to get away from him. He's that crazy with it. Once again, he represents Ottawa, Canada. And he goes by the name of Dark Knight. All right, we got another brand new driver up in here, goes by the name of Far Ocean, making his debut here in the Twilight Zone. Far Ocean, go get it. got a 4-car tandem. Once again, guys, Far Ocean making his debut in the Twilight Zone. He's playing on a PC. Driving with a wheel, big boy shit. comments up in the chat. On his way home. You know he's gonna remote start the setup, right? Terrence, right up. We got another new driver up in here, goes by the name of Neat, making his debut in the Twilight Zone, man. He's on a computer, guys, playing with a controller. Neat, welcome to the Twilight Zone. Once again, guys, remember to give the stream a thumbs up for me. Subscribe if you're brand new, man. All my drivers, notification bell. We got another brand new driver up in here. Goes by the name of Huncho. TTD Huncho, man. No, I don't know if that's the name of a crew, but that's the name he's got. Shout out to all the DSP drivers, by the way. TTD Huncho on the Xbox console, playing with a controller. Making his debut in here, man. Welcome to the Twilight Zone, bro. Back on board with E. Slater. E. Slater back in the Twilight Zone, ladies and gentlemen. E. Slater, what up, bro? Go get it, man. Give the stream a thumbs up, guys. Subscribe if you're brand new, man. Hit that sub button right now, man. Sub up, sub up. Notification bell is a must for all drivers. If you are watching me and you want to drift with us, let me know in the YouTube chat, all right? I can patch you in, have you drifting with us live in a minute. Shout out to all the new drivers up in here, man. Welcome to the Twilight Zone. Did I do that? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not even going to repeat what he just did on here. Unless they're in the chat, they will never know, right? Me drifting. They will never know. This is what happens in the Twilight Zone. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on board with E. Slater right here. We go until 10 o'clock. This is what we do, man. We show up every day at random times. We dominate the CarX Drift community. Ain't no server safe when we are here. All right, we got another driver up in here, another brand new one. Goes by the name of WRX LD. Some weird names, but I love it. It's his first time up in here. He's on the PlayStation console using a controller. Now his name could be World, or it could be WRXLD. I'm gonna call him World. It's the Twilight Zone, goddammit. There are no rules in here. You can be whatever name you want. Spell it any way you want. So once again, World, welcome to the Twilight Zone, man. Bro, my car you know where my car's supposed to be at? In the gas station, parked up in the parking space. I don't know how the hell it got there. It keeps teleporting on its own. No matter how much time I move it. But yeah, I'm gonna drive it away though. Remember guys, go grab your snacks. We just started. We are going to be here for a minute. You're going to get the munchies. So grab some snacks, get some drinks. Bring that Red Bull in, that Celsius, Monster Energy drink, whatever you drink, man. Me personally, I'll take some lemonade, goddammit. My heart can't handle the jet fuel. I'm gonna park it in the field and see how long it takes for it to end up back on the road by itself. My Lambo's acting like a Tesla. Too much self-driving shit. All right, pardon me, let me go park the whip. Shout out to World once again, making his debut up in here, man. Park the Lambo up on the goddamn mountaintop right here. Ain't no way it's getting out of this ditch. I'm gonna leave it right here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got a brand new driver in here. Goes by the name of Birdman, making his debut here in the Twilight Zone. He's on the PlayStation console using a controller. Birdman, are you ready, bro? Birdman, are you ready? We're waiting on Birdman to go. Birdman, I'm sorry, you're gonna miss your turn, bro. Did you come here to park and watch? If you're gonna watch, you gotta watch from the YouTube side, all right? He's waiting for Lil Wayne. Terrence. Oh, shit. He's waiting for Wheezy. All right, we're gonna move on. I'm sorry, Birdman. All right, we back on board with Big Booski. Booski got the Dark Knight up front with him. Let's see what they're gonna give us with this tandem right here. All right, let's see if Booski's gonna stay with the Dark Knight. Come on, Booski. No matter what he does, Boosie, don't let him get away, all right? You stay right on his door. I want you to show that Jamaican flag up close. Go get it. They're going at it. He done lost his spot. TTD Honcho is here to check out the Dark Knight. Dark Knight, you got a bogey on your 6 right there. I think he's here to check you out. Driving that crazy line up against the rocks. Uh-oh, we spun out in the gas station. Oh my God, bro, you flipped the whip. You flipped the whip. Trivy, where you at, bro? Trivy. Ladies and gentlemen, back in the Twilight Zone. Goes by the name of Trivy on the Xbox console. Shows up every night. Practice every day. He loves his Mazda. Trivy, are you ready, bro? Alright, he ain't. I guess he's getting food or something. them hills. What are you doing up there? Your turn, bro. Mike, don't wreck the whip. Mike, how did you end up here? Mike. All right, we back on board the Dark Knight, man. TTD Hunter still checking him out. Dark Knight driving that pro line. Drivers pulling up in here to see him. They struggle to keep up. Look how close he's at the guardrail. See that shit? That's why he's done with us. Bring them up against that rail, my boy. Oh my God, a little bit of off-roading. Oh shit. He did a damn nose wheelie with the whip. A nose wheelie with the whip. And back up against the guardrail. God damn. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been telling you this. His driving is different, man. He drives his car like a skater on the street, finding lines that where there were none. And looking damn good doing it. Watch him up against the guardrails with no fear. Sliding the whip up against the rocks. Always keeping that pro line up in here. Once again, guys, remember to give the stream a thumbs up for me. Subscribe if you're brand new, man. Sub up. All my new drivers, sub up. Notification bell should be on, all right? Hit me up in the chat if you want to drift with us. If you think you can drive, pull up. Once again, shout out to the Dark Knight representing Ottawa, Canada. Got that Jamaican flag on the BMW. Out of respect for your boy. Taking these drivers to school right now. We got a bunch of new drivers up in here making their debut. And they want to do it with the Dark Knight. They're about to learn the hard way. Ladies and gentlemen, we got B drifting up in here. He's back in the ring. He just jacked Terrence's truck. Bro, you built the exact same thing? Okay, well, I understand it's out of respect. See that, Terrence? Out of respect for what you do, man. He's even got a light green smoke to go with it. Almost yellow. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Australia. It goes by the name of B Drifted. He's down with us, man. Go get it, bro. my boy Daredevil up in New York. I think Daredevil is at work. He must be dying right now, like, oh my God. I should have called off. Right, B-Drift? Look at the Dark Knight up front. Drifting, painting the red rocks into green with a dash of yellow. Be drifting, Terrence checking you out right now. All right, we back on board with Far Ocean making his debut up in here. One of the many new drivers showing up today for the first time. Far Ocean sliding that whip. He's driving that pro line. He's got a wall of cars chasing him. Let's see if he can shake them off. Ladies and gentlemen, Far Ocean driving damn good. Pretty impressive. Making his debut up in here. Not getting nervous. He's driving with a wheel. Big boy shit up in here, man. Sliding that whip real nice. I'm checking out his lines right here. He's definitely driving the pro lines. Nice, nice. Far Ocean, you gotta hit me up in the YouTube chat, bro. You gotta hit me up in the YouTube chat, man. Let me know what city you rep. Gentleman, Far Ocean in the Drift. He got Terrence the teacher right there with him, man. He was driving so damn good. Terrence was like right on him, just the greatest work. Teacher's gonna make another lap right here, warm up his tires. Ladies and gentlemen, the number 2 driver up in here goes by the name of Terrence the teacher, representing Boynton Beach, Florida, with the brand new purple Barney BMW up in here. Once again, guys, remember to give the stream a thumbs up for me. Subscribe if you're brand new, man. All my new drivers, sub up. We got the teacher driving the brand new BMW. His newest addition to his collection of whips. We got Far Ocean back in the tandem with him. We got Terrence, the teacher, up front in the BMW driving on a wheel. We got Far Ocean with him, also driving on a wheel. An amazing tandem going on right here. Far Ocean on that door. Ocean right on that door with Terrence. Making his debut in here with a bang. again, guys, if you're watching, give the stream a thumbs up for me. Subscribe if you're brand new, man. Sub up, sub up. We do this 7 days a week. We call it the Twilight Zone, goddammit. The hottest CarX Drift server on the internet. We got Terrence the teacher up front in the purple BMW, representing Boynton Beach, Florida. We got Far Ocean up in here making his debut, driving pretty damn good. Drifting, representing Australia. Far Ocean, hit us up on the YouTube chat, man. If you're listening right now, hit us up in the YouTube chat right away, all right? All right, we got Far Ocean up in the chat. What up, bro? That's some crazy driving, man. What city you rep? Type it in the chat right now. We gotta put some respect on your city, man. Gotta go. What if you want him out the drip? Be drifting up in that gravel, sliding the whip up against that picket fence. He lives in Australia, ladies and gentlemen. 16 hours ahead. But he's here with us right now, man. Representing South Carolina, ladies and gentlemen. South North Carolina is now on the map here in the Twilight Zone. We back on board with World. That new guy up in here. He's on the PlayStation console. Mr. WRX himself. Goes by the name of World. We back on board with Terrence. again, guys, remember to give the stream a thumbs up. Subscribe if you're brand new, man. We on board with Terrence, the teacher, representing Boynton Beach, Florida. He's the #2 driver in the Twilight Zone. Drives only with a wheel, pure skill, man. Watch how he goes up against the guardrail. All right, we on board with a brand new driver, goes by the name of Pico up in here. Pico, welcome to the Twilight Zone, man. Pico, are you ready? All right, we got to move on. We got Bike Life still back up in here again. One of the many drivers who came to the Twilight Zone and got hooked, man. He's here with a BMW i8. Playing on the PlayStation console with a controller. Clive still stuck in first gear. Bro, you haven't shifted one gear in a minute. He's drifting nice. But that tranny's gonna die right there. Now we put it in third gear. There you go. Don't make my i8 look bad. Shift the hell out of it, son. We got another new driver up in here. Slushy Tartan on the PlayStation console. Slushy, welcome back to the Twilight Zone, man. We back on board with Trivy. Trivy, where you at? You ready, bro? Trivy, let's go. All right, Trivy, we gotta move, man. Let me know when you're ready. All right, we back on board with Music Mike up in here. Mike with another new whip. All right, go ahead. back on board with B Drifting, representing Australia. Tandem going on right here. B Drifting out of Australia. Terrence representing Florida. Give the stream a thumbs up, guys. Give the stream a thumbs up. Subscribe if you're brand new right now, man. Turn that notification bell on. If you can drift, hit me up in the YouTube chat. I can patch you in the server so you can drive with us, all right? Just type in the chat, can I get on? And we'll patch you in. right, we have another brand new driver up in here. Goes by the name of Adok Woo. Let's see what he got. Once again, guys, remember to give the stream a thumbs up for me. Subscribe if you're brand new, man. Sub up. All my new drivers, hit that subscribe button for me. Turn your notification bell on, man. We do this 7 days a week. We come here and we do this every day, man. We call it the Twilight Zone. The hottest CarX Drift stream you will find on the internet. Remember, if you want to drive with us, hit me up in the YouTube chat. Just type, "Can I get on?" and I got you, man. I can have you on YouTube right now. Trivy, are you ready, bro? Man, I think Trivy went to bed or something. Trivy parked in the Twilight Zone and went to bed. He missed like 4 turns now. Trivy, where you at, man? Probably fell asleep with the controller in his hand, tired. All right, we're gonna move on. We back on board with Music Mike representing Virginia. We got B drifting up front with him representing Australia up in here, ladies and gentlemen. They got the Red Bull whips out. They are back in the Twilight Zone. music, Mike in the drift. Mike, see that? You're drifting way better. Yep, he's driving better. Be drifting, driving nice as well. These boys have been practicing. This is what happens when you show up in the twilight zone, man. Whatever level you are on, you are definitely going to get better. Terrence is on a safety. All right, Pico is all yours. What do we have here? A Dukwo and Pico. Two of the new drivers up in here. The tandem looks pretty decent. Pico right on that door. Pretty impressive for new guys. All right, Steel, go get it. Bike Life Steel, go get it. Guys, remember to give the stream a thumbs up, subscribe if you're brand new, man. Turn that notification bell on, that way you catch us when we live. We do this 7 days a week. These boys get to drive every day and get better at it, man. The hottest CarX Drift stream on the internet. We call it the Twilight Zone. Ladies and gentlemen, we got DSP CarX up in here, representing the DSP Drift team. CarX, did you get disconnected? What in the world? We on board with the Joker right here. CarX, hit us up back, man. Get us back up, all right? I don't know what's wrong with his internet. You get into a team if you can drive damn good enough. If you impress them and they like you, they'll approach you. If they didn't, then you got to work on the skills. That's how it is, bro. They have to discover you because you drove well. You never know who's watching. That's why when you're driving, you got to be on your best. When you are on that level, you will be noticed. The squad's going to come to you, bro. If you're going to get on a squad, they are going to approach you and be like, yo, pull up. That's how it works. Until then, you drive. You try to be the best up in here. Wait for that moment, son. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on board with Joker. Why so serious? Joker, welcome back to the Twilight Zone, man. Shout out to Daredevil up in the chat. Daredevil, we going on 10 o'clock, man. You got more than enough time to get in here. We go until 10, ladies and gentlemen. Another 2 hours and 18 minutes left. A lot of time for you to play and have fun up in here, man. So if you're watching me right now and you want to drift, hit me up in the YouTube chat. Just type, can I get on, when we got you, all right? I know a lot of drivers are probably watching right now scared. They're like, oh shit, I can't drive like that. Not yet. And how are you going to get to that level if you don't show up? The more you drive in here, the more you will learn. I think we're getting a lot of factory boys up in here tonight. A lot of squads are pulling up. We got Recti up in here for the first time, representing Team Aurum. Steel, see that? Drives for a squad. In front of him is DSP CarX. CarX drives for the DSP Drift team. See that, Steel? When you're on that level, the squads will come to you. Simple. We got 2 team drivers up in here. 2 different teams. DSP versus Team Aurum. Recti making his debut here in the Twilight Zone. First Team Aurum person I've seen in here. And I can bet there's more where he come from. One by one they will show up in here. Be like, oh my God. Then all the gang from in here is going to show them how dope they are with the drift. They are not going to believe the level of talent up in here. We on board with DSP CarX. We only got 3 openings and then the door will be closed. Only 3. CarX up in here representing Team DSP. Now pulling up on CarX. Once again, guys, remember to give the stream a thumbs up, subscribe if you're brand new, man. Sub up, all my drivers, sub up. Notification bell must be on, all right? We do this 7 days a week. We call it the Twilight Zone. The hottest CarX Drift stream on the internet, man. We got up front in the purple BMW, representing Boynton Beach, Florida. He's the number 2 driver here in the Twilight Zone. Goes by the name of Terrence, the teacher. Behind him we have DSP CarX, representing the DSP Drift Squad. And joining them in the Green Goblin truck, representing Australia up in here. Shout out to my boy Daredevil out in New York. Daredevil got the BMW i8. brand new driver up in here goes by the name of Roy Pops. I'm not gonna say poops. It's Pops. He's live on the internet, goddammit. Roy's not gonna poop in here. He's on the Xbox console using a controller. Shout out to him and making his debut up in the Twilight Zone. Roy, what up, man? Once again, guys, remember to give the stream a thumbs up for me. Subscribe if you're brand new, man. Sub up. They got Terrence right there with them. These boys better be at their best. Another brand new driver up in here goes by the name of Big Belly Gaming. He's on the PlayStation console. He's got that Mark IV Supra up in here. Big Belly Gaming. Welcome to the Twilight Zone, man. Again, guys, remember to hit that subscribe button for me. Hit that subscribe button, man. Give the stream a thumbs up if you're enjoying the drift content. We do this 7 days a week. We call it the Twilight Zone. We We got drivers from DSP up in here. Drivers from Team Orem up in here. Ladies and gentlemen, we on board with True Papi up in here on the Xbox console. He's driving with a controller. True Papi. Welcome to the Twilight Zone, man. Ladies and gentlemen, we back on board with Toxic Empire representing Oklahoma. Remember to give the stream a thumbs up for me, guys. Subscribe if you're brand new, man. Sub up. Ladies and gentlemen, the Twilight Zone is packed. 100% capacity. Nobody else can get in, all right? I'm sorry. Just make sure you don't get logged out, all right? Because it's full, you won't be able to get back in. We got one slot. One lucky person. Yeah, damn. What the heck did they do to Terrence? Terrence, they just said you're airborne, man. We caught that on camera. Yeah, damn, I never seen a car flip like that. Nexus, welcome back to the Twilight Zone. He's playing on a PC with a controller. He was here a couple of days ago. I think he fell in love with driving in here, man. He knows where the hottest CarX Drift stream on the internet. This is where the top drivers want to drive at. Nexus, welcome back to the Twilight Zone. That purple BMW breathing down his neck. Terrence the teacher is right there on him like a shadow. Let's see if he can handle the tandem. Got 22 people up in the live right now. Anyone watching on the outside, remember to hit that subscribe button, all right? If you're a driver, you're going to need a notification bell as well to find us. We straight underground with it in the Twilight Zone. When you get that notification, you pull up, all right? We do not announce when we'll get on. Thank you, boys, for the support. Shout out to all the team drivers up in here. We are at 100% capacity. Nobody else can get in. It is packed. Ladies and gentlemen, we got the Dark Knight back up in here. He just got in. He just barely made it back in here, man. Terry's on the break. Dark Knight taking over. Anyone who wants a tandem with him, go get it. Feel free to give it a shot, man. If you think you can keep up with him, go give it a shot. He represents Canada up in here. The number 3 driver in the Twilight Zone. Drives his whip like a skater. Finding new lines where there are none. We got Big Belly Gaming trying to drive with him. Let's see what he got. Guys, he's the newest addition to the Twilight Zone, man. The number 3 driver up in here. If you think you can keep up with him, go get it. It is not going to be easy for you. As he goes up against the guardrail. Guys, if you're enjoying the content, hit that subscribe button for me, man. We are on board with the Dark Knight. driving that pro line up in here. Who's trying to drive with him? Toxic Empire going for it. Representing Oklahoma. Dark Knight representing Ottawa, Canada. Just like that, and he's gone, man. All right, we're on board with a brand new driver, goes by the name of J-Rod. Once again, guys, remember to give the stream a thumbs up. Subscribe if you're brand new, man. Hit that subscribe button for me. Notification bell is a must. We do this 7 days a week. We call it the Twilight Zone. Some of the dopest drifting you will see on the internet, man. And we are definitely the hottest CarX Drift stream on the internet. Got another brand new driver, goes by the name of WB Rail. Welcome to the Twilight Zone, bro. Shout out to all the new drivers, man. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, turn that notification bell on, that way you find us, all right? We use that notification like a pager. When it goes off, you pull up. The Twilight Zone is straight underground, and you will not know when we are live, all right? Just listen for that page. When you see it, you pull up. We back on board with Music Mike. We got Daredevil up front with him. B Drifting representing Australia with them as well. driving better, bro. I don't know what you did with this whip. Mike, you stopped already. You got intimidated by the Dark Knight. Come on, bro. Back in the drift, man. You driving real nice. Keep going, bro. Come on, Mike. Lock in. You got it. Mike driving with the Dark Knight. He's right on his door. He can almost touch Mike in the head. God damn. Mike, don't get intimidated, Mike. You've been driving good, man. Come on, man. All right, here we go again. Mike, come on, Mike. Come on, Mike. Stay in the tandem, man. You driving damn good. Don't get intimidated by the Dark Knight, man. Just drive. There you go. You got it. Look at that shit. The car's driving good. You driving better. Send it, man. All right, well, boys and girls, I think it is showtime right now. You boys ready for the show? It is 8:30 p.m., boys and girls, and we got the DK up in here. D-Spec 73 has arrived. The #1 driver up in here. You boys are ready for a show? You better be. He's got the Green Goblin parked up, so you know you're going to get some crazy driving tonight. I'm just telling you boys right now, you better get ready, man. It's going to be the craziest tandem you see tonight. We got a Dark Knight up in here. Terrence is here as well. This is going to be crazy tonight. DSP Modern X has arrived as well, representing Texas. This is where the big boys give you that real tandem, man. That pro line. DSP Modern X representing the DSP crew, man. That DSP Drift team representing up in here every night now. Shout out to DSP CarX who was up in here earlier. Got the Dark Knight driving with DSP Modern X. I'm telling you, you're gonna get a crazy tandem tonight. Uh-oh, he disappeared. Dark Knight driving that pro line up against that picket fence. Sliding his whip in the gravel. God damn, look at that shit. This is how you drive that pro line in Red Rock. Put that whip up against the rail. starting. We got D-Spec, Terrence, DSP Modern X. And we got the Dark Knight gonna join up with them right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be the top tandem for the night. All pro. Here we go. You might want to grab your phone and record something off the screen right now, man. Because you're about to get a classic tandem right here. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Tampa, Florida, the DK himself, D-Spec 73, the #1 driver in the Twilight Zone is here. He brought out the Green Goblin. Right next to him in the purple BMW, we call him Terrence the Teacher, the #2 driver in the Twilight Zone. Terrence representing Boynton Beach, Florida. Drives with a wheel only. And he will give your ass that lesson if you need it. In the Mustang is DSP Modern X, representing the DSP Drift team and Texas up in here. Shout out to the whole DSP Drift team, man. Then behind him with the BMW with the Jamaican flag on the door, out of respect for your boy, we call him the Dark Knight, representing Ottawa, Canada. The newest member of the Twilight Zone. The #3 driver up in here. again, guys, remember to give the stream a thumbs up, subscribe if you're brand new, man. We are at showtime. We got the top drivers in the tandem. Carving that pro line, setting that pace for the rest of the drivers. Just look at that line right there. The perfect tandem. Once again, guys, remember to give the stream a thumbs up, man. If you're enjoying the drift content right now and you're brand new here, hit that subscribe button for me right now, man. Sub up, man. Sub up. We got 22 people up in the live watching this right here. All the pros going at it. Share the link right now. Tell your friends they gotta come see this shit. Up front, D-Spec, the DK of the Twilight Zone, the #1 drifter up in here, representing Tampa, Florida. Behind him, Terrence, the teacher, representing Boynton Beach, Florida, the #2 driver up in here. Next, we have DSP Modinex representing Texas and the DSP Drift team. The Dark Knight representing Ottawa, Canada, the #3 driver on the Twilight Zone. We got Toxic Empire representing Oklahoma. We got Nexus in the tandem with them. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that line right there, man. Once again, guys, if you're enjoying the content, man, give the stream a thumbs up. Subscribe if you're brand new. We do this 7 days a week. Notification bell should be on. If you want to drive with us, hit me up in the YouTube chat and just type, "Can I get on," man? If you think you got the skills to be in a tandem like this, goddammit, drop your hat in the ring right now, man. Pull up in the chat. Let us know you want to get on. Once again, we're on board with D-Spec 73, the #1 driver up in here, the DK himself, representing Tampa, Florida. We got Terrence right there with him. Terrence representing Boynton Beach, Florida. We call him Terrence the teacher. He drives with a wheel only. Big boy shit up in here, man. If you need that lesson, Terrence will give it to you. Driving next to Terrence is DSP Modern X, representing Texas, and the DSP Drift team. Then we got the newest pro driver to the Twilight Zone, the #3 driver in here. He goes by the name Dark Knight, representing Ottawa, Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, they are going for it right now, man. The main event of the night. The pros are in the drift. Driving that pro line. Again, guys, if you're enjoying the content, man, give the stream a thumbs up for me. Subscribe if you're brand new right now. We on board with Daredevil representing New York. An amazing tandem right there, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for them, man. That was some crazy driving right there once again. This is what we do every day in the Twilight Zone, man. 7 days a week we drive up in here. And these drivers, every day as they drive, they get better. We are definitely the #1 CarX Drift stream on the internet, I can tell you that. Ain't nobody else got a line like that going at night. Once again, shout outs to D-Spec73, the DK of the Twilight Zone. Shout outs to Terrence, the teacher. Shout outs to Dark Knight. Shout outs to DSP Modern X. Shout outs to Daredevil. Shout outs to B Drifting out of Australia. Shout outs to Music Mike up in here. That was one of the greatest lines you've ever seen in the Twilight Zone, man. So many top drivers going at it. Don't forget, guys, if you're enjoying the content, give the stream a thumbs up for me, man. Subscribe if you're brand new. We go until 10 o'clock. Shout out to all the new drivers appearing in here tonight for the first time. This is what we do, man. If you like what you just saw, subscribe and turn your notification bell on, all right? That is the only way you're going to find us live. Drifting representing Australia up front in the Green Goblin truck. Daredevil representing upstate New York with him in the Lexus LFA. Shout out to Daredevil up in here. Shout out to the Dark Knight. All right, we on board with Naxos back up in here again. He's got that E46 in the drift. pros are back at it. D-Spec with the Russian ladder in the drip. Ladies and gentlemen, that car right there was designed for my 57th birthday. Thanks to the DK, man. And the Dark Knight made his version of it today. They both going forward in a tandem. Look at that right there. Oh my God. Thumbnail shot, thumbnail shot. Look at them driving that pro line. D-Spec and the Dark Knight. He's got a Grandmaster flash license plate on the back of it. Yo! Ladies and gentlemen, we got a brand new driver in here, goes by the name of Not Mar, making his debut here in the Twilight Zone. He's driving a Mustang, playing on the PlayStation console with a controller. 1,346 horses on the whip. I don't know if he can handle it, but let's see what he got. Not Mar, welcome to the Twilight Zone, man. Once again, guys, remember to give this stream a thumbs up for me. Subscribe if you're brand new, man. Sub up. Notification bell for everyone, all right? We keep this shit underground under the people in the know-knows when we're live. How do you find out? Your notification will go off. You find it, you get here, all right? I will not tell you when we are going live. Once again, shout out to Notmar making his debut in the Twilight Zone, man. All right, we got another brand new driver in here, goes by the name of Powerful Light, making his debut in the Twilight Zone. He's on a PlayStation console using a controller. Let's see what he got. Everyone gets a shot. Even powerful light. We got another brand new driver up in here. Goes by the name of OGMO Fox. He's on the Xbox console using a controller. Let's welcome him to the Twilight Zone. We got another new driver up in here. WQS-TV up in here for the first time in the Twilight Zone. Ladies and gentlemen, we got another brand new driver, goes by the name of JP, making his debut here in the Twilight Zone. He's playing on the PC with a controller. JP, let's see what you got, son. All right, we got another brand new driver coming up in here. Goes by the name of Nathan. He's on the Xbox console using a controller. Oh my God. To drive with the pros. Levin, you have no idea what you're doing right there, man. You are not ready for that shit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Another pro tandem about to go down right here. We got up front the DK himself, the #1 driver up in here. D-Spec 73 representing Tampa, Florida. Right next to him is Terrence, the teacher, with the Green Goblin truck. They're bringing out the trucks in a tandem right here. Shout out to the Dark Knight for dropping the jewels up in here, man. That's good, bro. It's nice when we can know what name it is. See, it's kind of hard. I'm trying to memorize all the names. Some of these drivers, they got one name in the game and one name in the chat. I ain't got nothing written down, man. Everything is the top of the dome, man. And my dome is old. My 57-year-old CPU is getting old, man. But everything I got memorized in my head here. So it would be nice if everyone had the same name in the game like I do. I have the same name everywhere. You make no mistakes with me, man. But I try to memorize as much as I can. Once again, thanks to the jewels, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, the Dark Knight representing Ottawa, Canada. We got D-Spec up front. Once again, representing Tampa, Florida. Florida dominates the Twilight Zone, man. The #1 driver up in here. Next to him, Terrence, the teacher. Once again, Florida in the building. Terrence represents Boynton Beach, Florida. He's the #2 driver in the Twilight Zone. The #3 driver goes by the name of Dark Knight, representing Ottawa, Canada. We got Naxos in the tandem with them. We got DSP Modern X hopping back in, representing Texas up in here. And the whole DSP Drift team. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see right here, we are filled to capacity. Ain't nobody else getting up in this bitch. We are packed. And it's showtime, goddammit. They got the trucks going crazy up in here. They having a train wreck in the back. You're right there, devil. Dark Knight, you're right. You're right, Dark Knight, because all they're doing is crashing into each other, man. You see, everybody wants to be in the tandem, and I understand. They want to be in the highlight shot with them. But if you can't keep up in the drift, it would benefit if you just kind of chill and learn. Or at least not stay too close to them. Drivers are pushing themselves to stay in the tandem. Trying to get to that next level of skill. I understand it works when you practice with the best. It will rub off on you for real. Just try not to crash into the pros, man. Sometimes you gotta just command your space, bro. That's gonna happen all the time. You gotta just hold your space. It's kind of like you're in a mosh pit. And then just outdrive the regular drivers, man. As they go fast, you stay with them. The regular drivers are gonna spin out. You can see right there, Naxos pushing his limit, trying to stay with them. When he do catches up, he slams into DSP Modern X every time. I understand why he wants to be in the tandem, man, but it is too fast. It is beyond his level of skill, so he crashes into them every time. Literally using DSP Modern X like an airbag. Every time he spins up, bang, he hits the door. Can't control the speed yet. But it's good though, he's pushing his limits. It will make him better. If he can control it and not hit them, he's definitely improving, man. Let's see if he can handle it. Up front, Terrence D-Spec and DSP Modern X is just doing the tandem like a dance, like synchronized swimmers. They know how to slide in the tandem. The other drivers are just trying to keep up. They just want to be in the camera. And in return, they slam into the pros. You can clearly see right there. They fall off, they speed up, they slam into them again. Naxos is trying, but look at him right there. You see that? Every time he catches up, he slams into them and then he spins out. I understand though, man. Everybody wants to be in the drift. Now, if you're trying to drive with them, and every time you catch up, you slam into their door, then you do not belong in the tandem, and you don't have the skill yet to drive at that high speed in a tandem. Simple. Now, if you follow them in the line and stay, just give yourself a little distance from them. You will learn. You will get better. But crashing into them every time is not going to do much, man. You're going to ruin the tandem. But I appreciate all the drivers for trying. They are definitely pushing their boundaries, man. We got Weekly up in the tandem with them. Weekly on that door with Terrence, DSP Modern X right there with him. Holding his own in the tandem with them right here. He wanted to be in the spot, in the light with them, man. He wanted to be in that third spot. To have Terrence and D-Spec in front of him. You just gotta command your spot, bro. Mike! I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, are we not giving you a show right now? Look at the top drivers go at it, man. Once again, remember to give the stream a thumbs up for me if you haven't done so yet. Give the stream a thumbs up. All my drivers, subscribe if you are brand new, man. If you are watching me right now, hit that subscribe button, turn that notification bell on, all right? D-Spec holding that angle. Dark Knight dropping jewels up in the chat right here. Thank you, bro. We on board with the DK himself, the #1 driver up in here. Watch how he carves that pro line. He's got Terrence right there with him. Up against those picket fence. lot of drivers are scared to drift on that gravel. They don't want to do it. Dark Knight flooding the chat with jewels. Oh my God. It's like I'm playing Mario Kart up in here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are being overrun with jewels in the chat. The Dark Knight has unleashed a stash. I think he just broke his entire piggy bank up in here. He's flooding the chat with jewels. Oh my God. He's the Dark Knight, he can do that. That's why he's so dope in the drift. Terrence and the Green Goblin right there with D-Spec. Dark Knight flooding the chat with jewels. Oh my God, I gotta get a shopping cart. I gotta get a shopping cart to pick those up. DSP Modern X representing Texas up in the tandem with them. Driving a brand new truck he just built. Just to make sure he's on equal ground with them, man. If they're drifting in a truck, he's drifting in a truck as well. Daredevil up in here with the Lexus LFA. My favorite Italian brother representing upstate New York. They are going crazy, man. They are burning the asphalt off the roads out here in Red Rock. Look at them cars go, man. Once again, guys, if you are at home right now, you should be watching us on your big screen TV, man. You gotta see this on a big screen. Oh my God, it's crazy. Look at them cars go. One of the craziest tandem you've ever seen in CarX Drift. My God, look at the trucks. Look at the trucks going over that hill. We got the Dark Knight back in the tandem with them. God, they're going crazy with it. Look at that shot right there. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we are the #1 CarX Drift stream on the internet, man. Look at that view right there. They're going crazy with it right now. Crazy as hell. That was one of the craziest tandems, man. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we do on a regular here. We do this 7 days a week. These boys, they drive every day. They get better. They are pulling away from the rest, man. I'm telling you. When the regular drivers pull up in here and they see them drive, they're like, oh my God, these boys are crazy. And then before you know it, they end up getting hooked here and not going back to where they used to hang out. Our goal is to become the biggest CarX Drift stream. And I know right now when we are on, we are the hottest CarX Drift stream on the internet. Shout out to all the top drivers up in here. As you can see on your screen right here, we got Terrence, the teacher, the #2 driver in the Twilight Zone. Dark Knight, the #3 driver in the Twilight Zone. D-Spec, the DK, the #1 driver in the Twilight Zone. We got DSP Modinex representing Team DSP when it comes to the drifting. Drift Team DSP right there, and is also representing Texas. So I'm saying pure pro right there. When they drive, they give you a show, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to all the DSP drivers who were in here earlier. CarX was up in here as well. Music Mike, Daredevil, all the other top drivers who show up every night to drive with us. I appreciate every single one of them, man. It is amazing to watch them grow and get better at the thing that they love so damn much. And drifting is what we all got in common, man. All right, we got a driver in here, goes by the name of Milk. Milk, welcome to the Twilight Zone, man. All right, we back on board with Weekly. Remember, all my drivers, remember to give this stream a thumbs up, all right? And you need that notification bell to find us. Without it, you will not catch us live, man. gentlemen, we got Big drifting up front, representing Australia. Daredevil with him right there, representing upstate New York in the Lexus LFA. We got Naxos in here as well, in the tandem with them. Gotta be aggressive in the tandem. Foot to the ground and you send that shit up against the guardrail like a pro at 1,000 miles an hour, man. You make sure if the driver behind you is gonna keep up with you, he's gonna have to drive his ass off just to keep up. Do not make it easy for him. We got a lot of factory drift guys up in here. A lot of squad guys up in here, man. The more we do this, the more teams I'm seeing popping up in here. A lot of squads. A lot of squads are pulling up in here. A lot of drift teams, man. DSP were the first. But since then, a lot of other squads starting to pull up in here. I guess the buzz is going out. Ladies and gentlemen, making his debut in here, in the Twilight Zone, GDT Niche. Once again, as I said, a lot of drift teams are pulling up in here. They're hearing about the Twilight Zone, man. Mike, your whip is floating in the air, man. You live. What in the world, Mike? What are you doing? You levitating around your Back to the Future car. Holy shit. Mike. You driving a Back to the Future whip up in here, man. Mike, we're gonna have to build you a DeLorean, man. Ladies and gentlemen, Music Mike representing Virginia. We're gonna have to build a DeLorean for Mike. We're gonna have to get a DeLorean for him, man. Mike's whip was flying. He's got the flux capacitor up in here. That's good, bro. I noticed. I haven't seen the different teams up in here. And I'm like, wait a minute. The only squads I knew you normally come up in here is DSP. Now I'm seeing all kinds of crews. All kinds of crews are pulling up. They send one guy, then you see two of them show up. And it's like, they're like, wait a minute. These boys can drive. I thought it was going to be a regular room, for Christ's sake. I got in here and these boys are flying. I've been seeing it, bro. I've been seeing it. I've been seeing the different names. Tonight alone, it's like 2 or 3 different crew showing up in here. Your boy CarX was here earlier, but I've seen 2 different crews so far that's showing up for the first time in here, man. They're hearing the buzz. Our goal is to dominate this shit. Reinventing the wheel, man. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on board with Music Mike representing Virginia. Mike sliding this new whip, driving way better. Never gives himself credit for the progress. No matter how good he drives, he's always saying, I'm no good. But look at him right now. We keep seeing it, but he won't accept it. This is what happens when you come to the Twilight Zone, man. You will get better. And I've seen Mike from day one with that blue Mustang to what he's at right now. He learned a lot about tuning the cars and a lot about driving better, finding that pro line, fighting his way into that tandem like it's a damn mosh pit, holding your space. And just being confident while being live on the internet, man. So once again, shout outs to him. He's always here early. One of the first persons to jump in here the minute the notification goes off. Because he wants to get better at it, man. And you can see the results right here. Drifter is leaving us, ladies and gentlemen. He represents Australia on a different dimension, man. 16 hours ahead. Bro, thank you for the support, man. You did your part. You drove well. Another day at school for you right there. But you know we do it every day, so guess what? We'll be back here tomorrow. As we wrap things up, ladies and gentlemen, we got 4 minutes. It's only right we onboarded Music Mike right here. He's got a matching car with Naxos up front. Another amazing stream. And another amazing drifting event inside the Twilight Zone, man. Shout outs to all the new drivers discovering us for the first time, finding out that we are dope as hell, and that there is a lot of talented drivers up in here. So many. I can't even imagine when the drift crews, when they pull up in here and they're like, God damn. If we were to be recruiting, this place right here would be the perfect spot. There are so many talented guys up in here. So many. The good thing about being here every day, man, I get to see them all, man. I like the look when the team drivers pull up in here. They go in their first tandem. And they end up in a tandem with either Dark Knight or Terrence. And you're like, oh my God, who is this? They get that lesson. They stop. And I can almost hear them saying in their minds, man, God, who the hell was that? How are these regular boys in here driving so damn good? I don't even know who this dude is, but he just drove my ass. He drove better than me, goddammit, and I'm on a squad. I'm on a drift team, and this regular guy, I ain't never seen him before. He's in a green truck. His name was Terrence. Oh my God, I could not keep up with him. They are that good in here. Yep. Or when they pull up on D-Spec, if they're lucky enough to catch him in the drift. And then they stop him like, nah, I'm not driving with this guy. This guy's like an AI robot. Nope. I'm not even going to try it. This one, nope. I don't know what he's on, but I ain't ready for that shit yet. I can't even believe what I'm seeing, by the way. The precision he's driving with, it's not even real anymore. Nah, I don't think he's real. Maybe he's a bot, man. This is not a real driver. This is a robot right here, I'm telling you. D-Spec, I can't even imagine the words when they drive it for the first time. You see what I'm saying? Mike, don't worry, we're done. We're all gonna get a break, Mike. It's 10 o'clock. Stream's over. Look at this shit right here. Mike, we are gonna build you a DeLorean and put Back to the Future on it, man. D-Spec, we're gonna find him a DeLorean up in here. Because Mike is parking up in the air now. This car got anti-gravity technology on that shit. Mike, we're gonna get a DeLorean for you, all right? You know what that is? If you don't, go watch Back to the Future right now when you get off of here. The real Mr. Premium showing up when we are done, bro. We done. You finally got done. You finished the whip right on the ending of the stream. I'm wrapping up. You got the flux capacitor. I don't know what you're doing. Your car is floating in the air, Mike. Ladies and gentlemen, my boy, the real Mr. Premium, said he finally... I think he was working on a car. Oh, my God. You finally got home? 10 o'clock? God, it took you that long to drive home. Oh, shit. Bro, you missed it, man. The replay will be, if you're off tomorrow, which I think you are, go watch the replay, man. They killed it. They went crazy up in here. Sorry that you couldn't make it home in time, man. God damn, we were on for 5 hours, for Christ's sake. We were on for 5 hours, man. 5 hours we went for. All right, let me give you a few minutes of what they did. A few more minutes. Here we go. See that line right there? That's the line that we had. D-Spec, Terrence, Dark Knight, DSP Modern X, Music Mike, and a lot more. They went crazy, bro. You missed it, man. I know it's your day off tomorrow, right? You're gonna have time to watch it. Bro, they killed it. One of the craziest tandem I've ever seen. Look at them right now. would love to be in this line right here. If your car is up, if your car is ready, I'll give you 10 minutes to drive with them, man. Jump in. Just grab your best car and just jump in right now, man. Bro, grab your whip and jump in the line right now. I'm telling you, you got 10 minutes. I'm gonna do 10 minutes over past 10 o'clock. Jump in, man. The chance of you having all 4 of them in a line like this. And Dark Knight is usually not here this late. So this is a rare moment for him. He's usually gone long before this. Comes in, drives, shock all the drivers and then disappear. But he's here now late. If you got your whip, jump in right now, man. It's gonna be a while before you get a chance like this again. Having all 4 of them here. Shout out to all the drivers clipping their screen right now, getting a nice screenshot. Posting that on Instagram, on YouTube Shorts, on TikTok. Make sure when you post it, you mention the Twilight Zone, all right? So we're doing an extra few minutes right here, hoping that the real Mr. Premium can jump in. He just got home from work. I know he wanted to be here. If he can grab his whip real quick, I'll hold it so he can drive in this line, man. It's this dream of driving with them and being able to keep up. Now he's got the whole squad right here. Getting a shot with the Dark Knight, D-Spec, and Terrence. And DSP Mother Next up in here as well. It is not easy. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on overtime right here, but we are having fun with it. Terrence brought out the Green Goblin. Oh my God. We might end up here until 10:30. If this is what's going on. Dark Knight's right there with him. We might end up until 10:30 if this continues. They keeping an organized tandem right here. Every driver making sure the other driver got space so they can do the transition like pros. This is where you be on your A game. D-Spec and Terrence in your top whips. Dark Knight always drive his BMW. All the other drivers will make sure you are in your baddest car, all right? It's gonna take that much for you to keep up. All right, you know what? I made up my mind. We're gonna go to 10:30, goddammit. Let's go get it. All right, here we go. Once again, guys, everybody watching right now, if you haven't hit that subscribe button yet, hit that button right now, man. Another 30 minutes. The top drivers are here. They're giving you a show right now. Hit that subscribe button for me. Give the stream a thumbs up as well, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at the top 3 drivers up in here. Up front, we got D-Spec, the #1 driver in the Twilight Zone representing Tampa, Florida. In the green Goblin whip next to him is Terrence, the teacher, representing Boynton Beach, Florida. He's the #2 driver in the Twilight Zone. Behind him is Dark Knight, representing Ottawa, Canada, the #3 driver in the Twilight Zone. DSP Modernex, representing the DSP Drift team in Texas, is right there with Dark Knight. We got Daredevil representing upstate New York in the Lexus LFA. Naxos, you have to hold your spot, man. You can't be forcing your way in, bro. Just fall in line with Daredevil. Just fall in line with Daredevil. Stop crashing into him, man. Just fall in line. Keep the line pro, all right? Keep it professional. You see how neat everyone is? Everyone's respecting their position in the line. Hold your spot right there, bro. I'm gonna put the camera on you right now, man. Don't bump into them. Drive with them, all right? Here we go. That's more like it right there. Remember, try not to bump the car in front of you, all right? You're driving with the pros. it is, bro. That's how you separate the great ones from the regular, man. You gotta drive until your hands hurt. When they give up, you still in the gym, son, like Kobe. That's what it takes to be the pro. A lot of driving time, man. You can tell the drivers who are not ready for that line. All they do is show up in the camera, bang, slamming the cars, man. Ladies and gentlemen, the DK himself. Look at this line right here once again. Study that line. If you want to be a top driver in here, you got to do it like this, man. Shout out to Dark Knight up in here. We on overtime right now. They were having so much fun. I'm like, you know what? Let's go for another 30 minutes. Then I got to get out. That's going to make us 5.5 hours non-stop. But this is what we do, man. It is the Twilight Zone. We do this every day. While the other drifters are on a vacation, hanging out and taking the time off. These boys are putting in the work. They're shooting in the gym, goddammit. That's why when the outsiders show up in here, they think it's a walk in the park. They think it's a bunch of noobs up in here. And they see the first car in the tandem go crazy. They're like, God damn, I drive with a team and I can't keep up with these boys. What in the world is going on in here? All you gotta tell them is welcome to the Twilight Zone, man. Oh my God, DSP Smooth showed up, disappeared, crashed the system right here. Oh my Lord. Shout out to the real Mr. Premium up in here, man. I gotta wait a few seconds for it to come back on, for Christ's sake. I don't want to restart the server. DSP Smooth, as you showed up, I was gonna pan to you and then bam, you left. Glitched out the system. All right, time is not on my side, so I'm gonna restart it, all right? Let me see if I can get it back up and running. All right, there we go. All right, the real Mr. Premium just came home from work. He's in the tandem with them. This is his dream right here to drive with these boys. They have no idea, man. We got 12 minutes, but we're gonna make sure he's in the shot right here. For rushing home from work. Just to drive in the Twilight Zone, man. We got the Dark Knight hopping back in. All right, bro, there you go. You caught up with them. Now you're in the shot. Gentlemen, my boy, the real Mr. Premium, that Nika guy representing West Palm Beach. He just got in from work, man. Got a few minutes right there with them. We got the Dark Knight back in the tandem, representing Canada up in here. D-Spec up front, Terrence with him, DSP Mother Next, Daredevil, Dark Knight. D-spec up against that picket fence. Look at that shit. Sliding the whip in the gravel. Oh my God. Once again, guys, if you're enjoying the content, remember to give the stream a thumbs up for me. Subscribe if you are brand new as well. All right, we do this 7 days a week. We call it the Twilight Zone. Without your notification bell, you will not catch us live again. We do not announce when we are coming on live, all right? Straight underground shit right here. The only way you can be in the know is if you have that notification bell on, all right? Keep in mind, we will be here every day. Every goddamn day. Now, to show you how much I really mean when I say you need that notification bell, if you do not turn it on right now, you are not, and I repeat, not going to be able to find tomorrow's stream. Tomorrow, you're going to be waking up, going online, and be like, oh my God, I missed it. So do that for me right now. Hit that subscribe button, man. Now, if you don't, and you end up not finding it, the next time you find us, you subscribe, goddammit, and be like, you know what, I learned my damn lesson. Do it as a punishment for yourself next time if you miss us tomorrow morning or tomorrow evening or tomorrow night. Because you will not know when we are back here. Only the guys in the know, they know where to find us. The ones who don't, good luck. We got 6 more minutes up in here. We're on extra time right now, like the World Cup, goddammit. D-spec is up front. The top 3 drivers right there, the top 3. In the Twilight Zone, man. D-spec up front, Terrence with him, Dark Knight. Then we got representing the DSP Drift team out of Texas. A very dope, talented driver who reps his squad every night. DSP Modern X out of Texas, man. Now, shout out to all the drivers who showed up late. I'm sorry, boys, you missed it, man. We got one right here, goes by the name's Devon. We have another one right here, goes by the name of Drift Sport. Drift Sport, welcome back to the Twilight Zone, bro. You late. But he's in the tandem with them. And we got another one here, goes by the name of Days the Gold. So I'm saying, those are the 3 drivers who showed up late, man. You boys are gonna have to come back tomorrow if you can get in. Or if they can find us, because I know they haven't hit that subscribe button yet. I can tell, I'm watching all the numbers right here. I know who's got the subscribe button on and the notification bell. Now, tomorrow, I'm going to prove how much some drivers do not follow the instructions and turn that notification bell on. Because they are going to show up tomorrow And they are not going to be able to watch us live. By the time they found out that we were here, it's going to be too late. I guarantee you tomorrow, some drivers are going to be like, God damn, I missed it. Just watch. As we wrap things up, ladies and gentlemen, it is a sight to behold right here to see the top drivers wrapping it up in tandem in here. It is every driver's dream to drive with them. The ones who get the chance, you boys are lucky. I hope you recorded the screen, man. Make sure you boys are making clips. Post them on your socials, man. Tag the Twilight Zone up in there. Let everyone know they have no idea what they miss when they are not in here. If they can find us, though. Because once again, we're going to keep this shit on the ground. Only the people who are in the know will find us live. The rest will find us by accident. Then they're going to have to watch the rebroadcast, goddammit. So once again, hit that subscribe button, turn your notification bell on, give the stream a thumbs up. You are home if you're here. Wherever you watch your drift content before, you are not going back. We gotta wrap this shit up. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thanks to D-Spec, Terrence, Dark Knight, DSP, Mothernex, Music, Mike, Daredevil, my boy, the real Mr. Premium, B drifting out of Australia. All the other DSP drivers who showed up tonight, and all the other different drift crews that showed up. I welcome you all to the Twilight Zone. Thanks for your support. Keep in mind, we will do this tomorrow again. Tomorrow we do it again. This is the point when you're going to need your notification bell. And you are about to find out that I am not joking when I tell you, you will not find me without it. All right? Shout out to the real Mr. Premium, man, bro. You're home tomorrow. Make sure your notification bell is on. Tomorrow morning, tomorrow evening, or tomorrow night, you boys will have no idea when I'm going to be popping on here, but I will be here. Thanks to all the drivers. Dark Knight for making it rain up in the chat. Oh my God, he dropped so much jewels. I'm going to need a shovel and a shopping cart to collect that. D-Spec, the boss, the God himself, always coming in here, making sure that the drivers know that he's still number one, man. Driving every night, driving his heart out, driving that pro line, just going crazy every night. Shout out to Terrence, always representing, Terrence always teaching that lesson, the number 2 driver up in here. Always representing in the Twilight Zone, so I'm saying. Shout out to the Dark Knight for staying up late. Dark Knight, you ain't never been up this late with us. But this is what we do. We do it every night, bro. You're going to have to stay up late more. All right? This is what we do, man. We stay up in the night, late. Shout out to DSP Mothernex representing the DSP Drift team up in here. Every night he shows up. He's driving with top guys. He's flying his flag in here. That when the other crews show up, they're late. They're late to drive in here. If there is any crew that's driving as a drift team that's going to pull up in here. DSP is the #1 crew up in here. You see what I'm saying? Shout out to all the DSP drivers. They show up from time to time. They drive. They're shocked and amazed when they see what's going on in here. And they represent their squad every time. You see what I'm saying? So shout out to all of them, all right? And with that said, I got to wrap this shit up. But remember, we back tomorrow. Show up when your notification bell goes off. And until then, I will see you boys in the morning. I am gone, man. Peace.